the doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. Um, but to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view.
Is, you know, first thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So
I guess they're having some kind of audio issue.
In the afternoon session, so the case is still with the state, and I will turn to you, Mr. Saunders, or Mr. Lezay. Go ahead, call your next witness.
The state will call Petra Schwab.
Okay, if you want to step up right over here and just walk right up here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Petra Schwab.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. All right, and then with that, Mr. Lezay, the witness is yours.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
And how long have you been employed with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And do you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And what type of work did you do in Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct, to use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time, seeing that they would be coming up from Madison. We just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
And do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes, law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his. I can't believe I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we made the decision to use smaller body bags. So essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket. It was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container 1, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that might have evidentiary value, What was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in. I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement.
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos the same time we were. And then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And they seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, they would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area. But there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and they seem to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected, and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection
be.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Not as offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would
Box.
have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van, and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet, and then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains. And so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler. But in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Can you identify that?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
The objection.
Objection.
4 is received.
And then could you describe for the record Exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Therian, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Carlee?
No objection to admission of Exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can now publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy, before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes,
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement.
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex.
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita.
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay, how long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay, and you looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
You see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
Lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah,
And where was that located?
that was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you
When did
repeat?
you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when?
Oh,
did you put-
when?
Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in a bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it and It seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote,
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily. No.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them.
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that the inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook. It was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed,
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
and the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home, and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department. But we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. Thank you. You can handle these, ma'am. You can just- Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Zarneski.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michelle Cherneski. MICHELLECZARNESKI.
And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes,
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that?
correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes,
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point.
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct?
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes,
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, it's sterile. We typically have an assistant help us, so if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination. And then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes,
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located,
correct.
and were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description, and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes,
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
it is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
I ask you about one of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Miss Andre is with you as well.
Yes,
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that.
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While council's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th,
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who is physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process? going to show you exhibits 10 through 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then let me know when you're completed.
Okay.
Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the Schott bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the Schott bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the crock pot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ernest. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwaber on Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
In assist.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
No, I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at
Yes.
the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details.
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement, or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes,
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did. Correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacala arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs.
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived?
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
There were some cell phones on the kitchen table, those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, there were two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Tranquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Tranquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes,
And he was the one that removed the contents.
correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag? Do you know?
It was on the floor
By a dresser or a bed?
next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes,
And gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay. Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the one
see
who
what was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it.
Okay.
I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that on
No,
there?
that would be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know?
was morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Tranquita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall the exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed.
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened.
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crockpot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box.
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the
No.
hatch? You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples,
Correct.
dust for prints.
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Ashwaubenon then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes. All rise for the adjournment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thanks for watching with me and to please hit that like button, share, and subscribe if you have not already. I'm not going to talk too much during the trial, so I just wanted to pop in and say a friendly reminder. One thing about the Lori Vallow trial is we didn't have to go through breaks. They were already edited out for us because we had to wait till after. And I think there's another trial that's doing that too, or maybe just court hearings. I don't remember. Does anyone know how long this trial is supposed to take? Weeks?
Saunders, anything you're gonna have before the jury brought back?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Ready to go, bring in the jury. Okay, be seated. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes,
You work in the same unit?
yes.
Okay, and I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
So I went to UW Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have been from there. Then I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Charneski.
So your role is kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right. All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked exhibits 16 through 54. If you could look at those and let me know when you're done. Have you had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes,
All right, and do you recognize each of those exhibits?
yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes,
And when you're taking these photographs, actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Sarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
yes,
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
yes,
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
yes,
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
yes,
So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
yes,
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
No, I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to exhibit 45, there's an objection that's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Sarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
yes,
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the offsite storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a town and country minivan,
Remember the color?
gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility.
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sandra, I'm showing that's been marked exhibits 55, 56, and 57. I'll ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver's side of the minivan, which includes a crock pot box and a body part inside the crock pot box, and then the crock pot box empty.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 55, 56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more prejudicial than probative.
Okay, well, I'll hold receipt of those then in advance. I'll receive 55 and rule on 56, 57 at the break.
And your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Charneski with the swabs. Mhm.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts.
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow. Um,
And did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
yes,
Uh,
sure.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
Sandra, I'm showing you exhibits 58 through 63. I'll ask you if you can recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
58 through 63 will be received.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you. All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andre,
Screen's
so-
right down there, if you can see it.
So does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that blue star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the blue star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower, and that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep. And then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge. Ah, that light. All right. So is this exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So this essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Okay. Sort of, it looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself.
Yes.
All right. So then exhibit 63, actually I will have to pull that up. All right, so are we looking at exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at exhibit 63 is that suspected to be blood or other biological material?
Yes.
The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance. Yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay, I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer it.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress.
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it.
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses.
No.
Thank you. Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel, pair of shorts. And there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you as previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye. They're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue, or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in I guess dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Shabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
Be fair to say that you processed a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. Shabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Showing you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
I'm all good.
Okay, and in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Ms. Shabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Shabusiness's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or a palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay, and Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Ms. Shabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Shabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Shabusiness's 10-print card.
So there are multiple, I guess, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yeah. So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here, sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed,
The entire blade.
including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So
So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still exhibit 13.
Yes.
okay.
Sorry.
The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14. Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is exhibit 15, court exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box. And there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting the swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
What number is that?
I'm showing you exhibit 65. Do you recognize exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with the sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to. just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing, if you remember?
I was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo, why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes the items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay, and that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it.
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there besides you and Specialist Zarnecki?
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle or
Yes, for the vehicle.
for the vehicle?
Yeah.
That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassie Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Tranquita, and Investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van, did you find two papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found, did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes,
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
correct,
There's absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes,
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinquita that did remove the items from the crock pot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes,
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
yes,
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct,
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residents at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarnecki, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Ashwaubenon Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay, you were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting. That's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption?
Presumptive. Yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light.
Yes,
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else.
yes.
Okay. And I think it's Exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep,
Is that the shower?
yes,
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
yes,
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's write that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower? For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please? Do you have them?
Yep.
Gar, can I approach?
Amen.
Thank you. Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. Ma'am, do you
Okay.
have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Your Honor, could I approach you? Thank you. Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain. Is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45. You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure. Exhibit 45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures.
Yes,
Did you do any swabs of it?
yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top,
What was on top of it?
miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No,
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes,
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
yes,
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
yes,
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there was a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department. And then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison
Correct.
to the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are 2 drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, thank you, you're excused.
Your Honor?
State.
Your Honor, I know that you said that you would hold argument on an exhibit or 2 till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes,
Okay.
at the next break.
Okay, all right.
State have a next witness?
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially,
Okay, I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
Hey y'all. Let's see. Free side, it looks like you changed your name too. Hey everybody, I'm going to get the press conference. What time do they end there? Oh, Penelope. I think that's what it said before I swiped it, that he was at the press conference. You changed your pic too, or something else is different. Did you have an emoji with your name? Penelope. Oh my gosh. Go take him a Coke and then film the press conference yourself, and I'll just stream you. I actually never hear the other half of the devil one. I always speak of angels and hear the whisper of them. What did I miss? Oh my God, Sherry. Now when she changed. Penelope, y'all hear Penelope? Hold on. Penelope, I'm trying to do something. Come on, hurry. Hurry before the court comes back. Guys, hold on one second. Let me get her up here. Okay. Now when she changes over to the press conference, you control yourself. Like you're sweet on him. Oh my God. All right, I have to find it. Yeah, so what time they in court over there? Isn't it like 4 o'clock over there and they're on a break? Is that right? Wait, 1:46. So 3:46. Okay. You're the one that offered to bring him a soda drink in the sun. You should have offered water. So they should be done, huh? Oh, Carlee Russell got herself in a bind. I read on Twitter. Let me find when they doing the press conference. I'm gonna find that and show y'all what it says. Let me see. Don't they have a Facebook page or something? Daryl Brooks, they went till 5-ish. Will stop earlier or later. Oh. Oh yeah, I heard Nancy Grace isn't too fond of Carlee. All right, let me see. How do you go to watch? I only ever use Facebook, y'all. Let's see. I don't know how you know if somebody goes live on Facebook. Like a notification thing. No, I didn't hear Nancy Grace on anything with Oh yeah, is that where Brooks was? No, I don't want. All right, Twitter. Yes, yes, please. I'm at the Hoover, Alabama Police Department waiting for a 4 p.m. press conference update on the Carlee Russell case. Rumors she went to a mental hospital to avoid arrest. Stay tuned. That's what your boyfriend said. What? I I just heard the end of his trial, and then I heard about all the objects or whatever. And then for his sentencing, I think I was there, or for one of them, I watched it. No, it was the one where she had to put him in another room. because he kept, I don't know if that's the first time he had to do that or not. I better just hush. Let me see. Mm. Her parents are claiming they are receiving death threats and want the police to not be involved. All of Russell's phones have been confiscated by the police via warrant. Carlee's ex-boyfriend has filed a restraining order against her and the family. While she was missing, her ex received a text stating, "Hope you enjoy finding Carlee's body on side of the road." The hotel she was in was reserved for 4 days prior with a prepaid card under the name Chantel Bronx. Carlee ordered food to the hotel under that name. The same IP address that she ordered food from was the same address that sent the message to her ex. An arrest warrant will follow if she does not agree to a 72-hour psych evaluation. I'll just show y'all that real quick. Can you see it? I'm not sure if you can see it or not. Dang it. I can't even find a press conference. Bruh, do I still have internet? Send me a link, please. Let's not worry about that right now. All right, let me try again. I got out and went back in. I don't know. Why could you hear me clicking, but you couldn't hear that?
We told you the investigation was
Can
ongoing.
you hear it now?
We helped you determine where Carlee was during the 49 hours of her
Can
disappearance.
you hear it?
That I have talked to and received a statement from Mr. Emery Anthony, attorney for Carlee Russell. Mr. Anthony has scheduled a meeting for Carlee to meet with investigators early this afternoon, but then I received an email stating that a statement was being provided by him on her behalf. Mr. Anthony asked that I read the statement in its entirety, which I will do now. My client has given me permission to make the following statement on her behalf. There was no kidnapping on Thursday, July 13th, 2023. My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area when she was identified as a missing person. My client did not have any help in this incident, but this was a single act done by herself. My client was not with anyone or any hotel with anyone from the time she was missing. My client apologizes for her actions to this community, the volunteers who were searching for her, to the Hoover Police Department and other agencies as well, as to her friends and family. We ask for your prayers for Carlee as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this matter. Carlee, again, ask for your forgiveness and prayers. We have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Anthony to further discuss this case. We're currently in discussions with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office in Bessemer about possible criminal charges related to this case, and we will announce those charges when and if they are filed.
All right, with that, we'll take a few questions. As Officer Hale said, when I call on you, please state your name and your affiliation. Yes, sir.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610 100.1 FM Summit Media. Chief, do we at this time, or does the Hoover Police Department know the whereabouts of Carlee Russell during that 49-hour period that she was supposedly missing?
Now, as I said the other day, was talking facts and everything. If I said anything today, it would just be speculation. Actual facts, we do not.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBC 13. Can you tell us what her motivation was for doing this, if you can?
I wish I could tell you. I think only Carlee knows, and maybe her attorney now. But again, the statement that we received from him does not indicate any.
For EGM WBRC, can you give us an idea of what charges you may be filing against her?
That would strictly be up to the district attorney's office.
David Lamb, CBS 42. Can you update us so that there is a meeting scheduled for this afternoon with the family, or
No.
when is that meeting?
Yeah, no, not a meeting with the attorney, not the family or Carlee. We have a meeting scheduled with the attorney, and that will take place some point tomorrow.
And there is no meeting with Carlee Russell or her family at this point?
Not scheduled, no, sir.
Were you chatting with Fox 6? What's next to close this investigation?
Well, again, we want to talk to Mr. Anthony tomorrow and see if he has any more to discuss about the case. We'll certainly be asking if we'll get an opportunity to again interview Carlee like we've wanted to since she returned.
Chief Stephen Quinn, ABC 3340.
Yes, sir.
Your reaction now, knowing that Carlee has admitted that this was made up?
Well, I'm glad that we got this. You know, we certainly laid the facts out to you guys and to the national media that had a lot of interest in this particular case. The sad thing is that again, there were so many people that were involved took this thing very, very seriously. And again, we wanted the focus to be bringing her home. She got home. We're very excited about that. It is what it is. The facts, I think, last Wednesday pretty much showed that we knew that it was a hoax.
Please.
Lisa Crane, WDTM 13. Do you know the expense you went to during this search? And if you don't have a dollar figure for us, just how big it was for you guys?
Well, it was all hands on deck, and we don't have a dollar figure yet, but we're certainly working towards getting one, and not only ours, but there'll be other agencies that had a lot of support that they gave us and had monetary expenses themselves.
Jonathan, what JLR investigates, are the parents under any investigation?
As I said the other day, we were going to try to determine exactly those 49 hours. So right now, and anything's on the table. We still don't know what happened to those 49 hours, where she was, did she have any help? We have no idea. I read the statement from Mr. Anthony. That's all we know.
Keith Mims, WAGG 16 Summit Media. Chief, let me ask you this. What do you think prompted or provoked Carlee to do this kind of thing? And are there any kind of mental issues that the police department or the public should be concerned about, or just what?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's, this is a very elaborate deal. I mean, when you talk about calling a 911 and being up on the interstate, again, it would all be conjecture. So really, I don't know. I was hoping that we'd have an opportunity to interview and we'd be able to ask her those questions.
Were any others involved in putting this story together for her?
Mr. Anthony, in his statement, says there was not.
Liviana Calmes, WBRC, Fox 6 News. You said that you had a meeting scheduled and it kind of switched into a statement. Did they give any type of reason that switched?
No, they did not.
Back here.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBTM 13. Just for clarification, Carlee Russell is not in custody right now.
That is correct. That is correct.
Last question with David.
David Lamb, once again. So first of all, when did you actually see this letter? And second of all, do these admissions and the content of the letter alter the investigation at all?
No, not at all. We'll continue to investigate. We're still trying to determine where she was during those 49 hours. But I am glad that we received this. It at least puts some of the social media super sleuths hopefully at rest for a little bit as far as the conjecture of what everybody thinks took place. We know that by her own admission, it didn't happen. And, we're thankful for that.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
Breaking news on WFLA Now.
That man said, all you YouTubers go home. All right, let's get back to this.
Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services. Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received more training in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014, where I was trained in more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations, typically more serious in nature, that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred, maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office of prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier at night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Prester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Harneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Ms. Shabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Shabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Shabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing the search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trenkaita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Trenkaita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure. It's a single family home. story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home. And then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialists and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on the stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
Detective, I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me?
Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Do they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits and no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah. Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one, it's fine.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started to process the scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And Exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is Exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom and the front room.
And Exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
And Exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
Yeah, there's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container 1 for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. And then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you keep you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
Okay, so we're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. So you indicated the first item or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 22 through 25. I'm going to review those.
Thank you. Thank you.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
You can go ahead and publish them.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is, again, what is exhibit 24?
It's the black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, will refer to that placard that they collected.
And exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh tissue was described. These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately collected by Green Bay PD?
They were.
Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs also accurately depict what you observed and in some instances collected on the scene at Stony Brook on the
They do.
23rd of February? Thank you. I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection, and no objection to publication.
Go ahead and publish.
It is 26 through 36, just to.
All through 36.
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase, from the bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket that was container one.
That's correct.
Container two was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container three was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container four?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote, or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph.
It is.
Container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
And exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's the photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack. And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game block its view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. I found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on the, I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, will later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts of remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a Shelp bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Beach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a gem baggie that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the Drug Task Force.
I did.
Through your training and experience both in the Drug Task Force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, or some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
There also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
You see a pair of sunglasses or a pair of like glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And exhibit 33. What is depicted in exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. You have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
The lights back on.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 8. Do you know what that is?
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we've just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Okay. Did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our categorized exhibit number as well.
Okay, and the exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
I would ask that you open that if you could, and display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? Thank you. I'll give you a moment to put it back up and seal it up. And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but or the other chain that was located, but was there in fact a second chain located on scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. If we could, Judge, with the lights again. Thank you. 34. Is exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquil arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw in the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside of the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is
that removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either the remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
right, Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 37, 38, 39. Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence.
They do.
And I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives in the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
Okay. So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointy ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
And exhibit 38.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as a kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the three knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It actually appears to be the opposite sides of them, of the knives.
also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd?
They do.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42, showed those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. I'm not going to object to those exhibits and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And Detective, what is Exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement. If you're standing with your back to where the bed was in the room, it depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with the arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
And Detective, Exhibit 42, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
I'm now showing you exhibits 43 through 47. Those also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is Exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall. On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
Yes, you can see what appears to be red staining, which appears to be blood. On the left side of the red, white, and I believe that's blue comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
And Exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the light blue tote. I had added that there, if you look to the left of it, there's a brown paper laid on the ground. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece of paper to later examine, so that we weren't moving them to the floor.
Okay. So the items that are on top of the tote, does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then the item to the left, the brown paper that's placed on the floor, that that's something you added?
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper covering the floor so we could look at them later.
Exhibit 45, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 45?
That is showing the blue tote that we've been discussing, some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess, a very limited view of the remains that are inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Yes.
Exhibit 46, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 46?
We moved the multicolored comforter and observed a cellular phone, and then some larger areas of what appeared to be blood staining.
In Exhibit 47, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood. The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
Detective Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood material seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood stepped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open, under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress, was that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box spring below it, no. Below that stain, no.
Your Honor, I've shown my client exhibits 48 through 54, no objection. Also exhibit 63, no objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. If you could review those.
Thank you.
And detective, do those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
And what was that?
We had received information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was opened, there was a wood box on the bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh-colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened and then the flesh-colored dildo.
Exhibit 50. Yeah. And what is shown in photograph 50?
Exhibit 50 is it's taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And does that depict a stand-up shower?
It does.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of stand-up shower.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls. There's the shower seat, the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain and then also on the floor drain. Slightly behind that curtain, there's a blue squeegee that had red substance that we'd been able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And exhibit 52, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining and there's some hair. And then there is what appears to be flesh or biological material, I guess.
And exhibit 53. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
That depicts the stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some what appears to be blood staining, some red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee and your standard shower stuff.
And exhibit 54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material caught on the drain.
And you have exhibit 64 in front of you?
54 is.
Okay. That's 54. Do you have exhibit 64 as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. 64, did I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize. Thank you. While we pull that up, what is depicted in Exhibit 63?
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see it standing up off the side. And what is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. And it was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why you made the decision to look under the bed?
I was just surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
Exhibits 55, 56, I'd ask you to review those. Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the Stony Brook residence, did it become apparent that you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
It did.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence and go to another location to look for more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage, where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused to obtain a search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So being at the scene and knowing what we were still looking for, myself, Detective Pacula, Dr. Tranquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there and look.
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department, and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits. I think these are 55 and 56.
You may.
I just gotta look at my notes, Your Honor. The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct?
Yes.
As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the tote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on when the jury was excused?
No, they're the same.
Your objection is noted. You can go ahead and publish.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that photo display?
That photo is a photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box, which we shortly thereafter found remains in.
And Exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material that's a thigh, and then there's what I believe is a pair of shorts over the top of it, and then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
And did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box, and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as the doctor was the entirety of the remains.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shadtherian?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's office down by Madison.
And when did that take place?
On the 25th, I believe.
And who was present for the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they seal them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back into evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquita was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
So just to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shadtherian's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag, and there was over 40 swabs I don't remember the exact number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swabbed. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside.
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs. If we would practically if we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively, bags them, turns them over to us. We then open that bag and then we itemize and enter into evidence each individual swab.
And that's the process that you followed in this case.
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I apologize. This went longer than I had anticipated.
Well, counsel, the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated. And given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr. Carlee?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, you can step down. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected, but we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case, so I'm going to recite it to you again. And that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction, have a good evening. I'd like you to report tomorrow morning by 8:30 into the jury room in this courtroom. Right? All rise for the jury.
I don't know. That judge looks kind of lenient to me. I can't see him going hard on someone. Sorry.
Seated. As indicated earlier, I'd like counsel to report tomorrow morning at 8:15. We will take up that issue briefly regarding Mr. Freilich's witness. I'll have to read the submittal that he made, and then I'll determine whether further hearing is needed on that issue. The other issue I wanted to talk about, however, is I know there's going to be videos coming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or a different day, but I think the attorneys were going to talk about redactions to that. It's a 7-hour video, only 5 hours, give or take, actually has dialogue on it. Have the attorneys discussed that issue? I'll start with you, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, on Saturday, I think there's largely an agreement. It ended up being a little bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes. But I think we agree on portions that'll be played in the first phase.
You agree with that, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I do. I did meet with both prosecutors, Your Honor, and we talked about this at length, and I asked for additional video footage, and we reached an agreement.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take you at your word. If there's things I need to decide, the sooner you bring that to me, the easier it is for me to address these issues, so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting for us to make decisions. But sounds like we've got an agreement on that. So is there anything else before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I did receive from Dr. O'Donnell, the defense toxicology expert, an email on Friday and then yesterday. I think it helps to summarize because it's real short. I'd like to give it to the court and give the state a copy of it. Could the clerk make a copy of it for you? Okay, thank you.
Oh, just make copies.
All right, well, while we're making copies, if there's nothing else, then we're in recess till tomorrow morning at 8:15.
Dang. Is that the same lawyer she attacked in court? The picture that I saw of her attacking her attorney, is that the same one? I would so be afraid to be sitting next to her. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow with day 2.